band. It's fake. That's why it has an exclamation in front of it. But welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome those lurking and listening. This is my first time playing Fields of Mistria. I have it open on the screen, but have not turned it on yet. Woohoo! So, you guys that have been playing it, I'm sure are excited to see me play it as well. How dare you unban me? I mean, it's a very precise amount too, right? A very precise amount. Welcome, welcome! And a rock, welcome. In a rock. I'm gonna get it wrong 500 times. I'm terrible. Just. But hi, Momo. I have snacks and drinks and, you know, girl dinner. Not as wild as usual, but yeah. I have my watermelon. Can you see that? Hold on, it's awful bright in here. I may have the lights too bright. It may just be a little too bright. I feel like it is. But yeah, it's Waterloo, it's called, and it's watermelon. Anyway, it's just a sparkling thing. And then I have pure evil incarnated Cheetos, which are delicious. Delicious. So, we're gonna have some Cheetos. Nom 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 nom. Yes, this is like a big bag too. But I did bring my chopsticks so that I don't get the keyboard all Cheeto-y and my fingers all orange. You know, don't need me turning into a Muppet or something. And then we're gonna, doesn't the sound good? I don't even know. I played with the settings again. I'm terrible at playing with settings before stream. And then not testing them at all. Because I'm a professional. I just wing it, and then I listen to it later and adjust it again. It's terrible. Nah, sometimes I record it and listen to myself. I'm barely starting and I'm already in fall. Congratulations! Oh, what year are you on, Momo? A wild flowlet? Hey? I don't know how you say that. Appeared. We'll catch, guys, if you're catching Pokemon. Wait, yeah, are you on spring, summer, year one? I guess. What season are you on? I'm guessing, for those of you that don't know, it's kind of set up like Stardew, is my understanding. You're not playing yet? Oh, so it's just Rain and Lemon. I was thinking you were playing it already too. I don't know why. Probably because they're playing it. That's a lot like Stardew. You don't own the game. Oh no! Maybe, right? I wish it was multiplayer, but it's not. So, well, you can watch it and decide if you like it, Momo. Cheetos. All the Cheetos. It gives me anxiety because it's like you have to do all these things with X time. It's timed up. See, I don't want anxiety. I want to like chill. I want to do things on my time. I often don't do the timed events in Stardew. It does have some timed things on the billboards and stuff. I'm terrible about doing those because I don't like it. But in Stardew, usually my teammates start them, and we all do it together, so it's not as bad. More like they do them, mostly. I'm bad. I'm always causing trouble. Yeah, it has those, and you have to be in bed before a time and all that. Ah. Are you eating Cheetos with chopsticks? Yes, to keep my hands from getting orange and the keyboard from getting orange. And I don't want to lick keyboard fingers, I'm sorry. I do clean my keyboard, but no thank you. It probably needs cleaned again. I feel like no matter how much you clean your keyboard, it's just not clean enough. I need a professional. Who wants to start a business that you just clean keyboards? That's it. And you person sends their keyboard to you and you send it back clean. I'm here. You have to end now. No, artist, I refuse. I just started. I mean, it's just your own hands. Can't be that gross if you keep your own hygiene. Yeah. I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like it's dead skin cells and stuff that build up on your keyboard. It's gross. I don't want to lick that. Crisis, why aren't you eating Cheetos with chopsticks? Hi, Thor. Hi, Michigan. Bye, KimonoKat. Don't leave! You just got here. Why are you leaving? Oh, Crisis doesn't own chopsticks? That's terrible. Crisis needs chopsticks. Redeem black cat ears. Awesome. Let me get those. Oh, I'm leaving because the artist got here. I see how it is. There. Black kitty ears. For the lovely artist. Also going to take off my watch. To put on the charger, but we'll do that later. My watch actually tears up my wrist cushion. That or just it's worn out. I think you can get replacement wrist cushions for the Razor, or I could get like a really cute one, but I haven't. I've already confirmed their cat ears in the game. Yay! That makes me happy. Chopsticks are so exhausting usually when you don't use them often. Yeah, I guess I use them pretty often. I'm glad you came in and say hi. Said hi. All right, let's get started. Are we ready? All right, I'm gonna click off of things. Well, I think we're starting a new game, guys. Joffrey! Just because I haven't played before, and I don't know what corner my face needs to be in on this one. We'll find out.
You're special.
No! Momo's special. No. I'm clicking new game on the OBS side instead of the actual game side. Just because I hadn't heard it yet. The second time tonight, Momo. Oh yeah, we should do the hugs. Hugs. Momo gets the cookies, although she doesn't deserve them because she's being bad. She's trying to scare me. Just kidding. Momo's allowed. Alright. I deserve all the cookies. Yes, yes you do. Alright, let's see how good I'm at this with my left hand. She's thinking. Still working, sis? I was gonna say he's cute, but he's my sister. My brother, so that's weird. Yeah, no. Dang. I didn't realize how late it had gotten. Oh, is he gonna pass out? Hot cup of coffee this late at night? You'll never go to sleep. At least that's my experience. Unless you're super tired, then coffee does not help. It's only weird if you only make it weird. And totally acceptable in certain states, right? So how is the town revitalization plan coming along? I love that it's all pink, let's just say. Love the aesthetics, love the pink. It looks so cool. Earthquake damage, wow. And even made plans to replenish our emergency stockpile by the end of summer. Let's just say the noises right away remind me of Undertale and Toby Fox. If I'm right, he does the soundtrack for this game, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. But the I hear Undertale all over this already. That's what I hear. With mother and father called away to the capital and people leaving after the earthquake, there certainly are fewer helping hands around. If only we could attract new villagers to move here. Mistria is such a beautiful place. The small town charm, the rich history of the area, and rolling farmland. That's it! The old farm south of town. Why don't we send a notice to the Adventurers Guild in the capital? Surely someone out there will agree to aid the town in exchange for land with the potential? That's a great idea. I'll get started on it. Thank you, is it Eland? Eland and Adeline? I wonder who will answer the call. Can you add it? Like, pet not available yet. Miss Grove's Farm. Hey, this is Carl. I was told if I moved here, I got free land. What are we gonna call our farm? We're just gonna like... I wonder if there's foxes in the game. There's probably not. But I was thinking like an ode to... You can edit all that. Pretty sure you can also edit all this later too? Sweet! I can edit it later? Okay. I'll just call it my first farm. That sounds good, because it's my first on this game. Only thing you can't edit later is the birthday. Oh, that's what that is, your birthday. Cool. So that's like, you pick your birthday? Huh. That's weird. I don't know what birthday I want. I want something special. Just, oh no. Mono! I did my actual birthday because I'm boring like that. I thought about it, but mine's not on there. It doesn't go that high. It only goes to 28. I'll do 28. I don't know. It doesn't do... And I'm guessing mine would be summer. When's summer? We'll do summer 28 because 31 isn't on there. I can't do the 31st, which is sad. You said you want something special. I do want something special, Momo. Come here, Momo. Oh, my mic's so far away. I should move that a little closer so you guys can hear me better. All right. Oh, yeah. Hops over. So all the long hairstyles to choose from. What looks most like my hair? I kind of like the purple though. I don't have to be myself. I don't know, every anime main character is like red or pink or... Let's see. I don't know if I like that. There you go, pink. I think I want to be pink. So can you change your character style later? Yeah. Wow, there's like a whole menu of small eyes and they all look pretty much the same to me. I'm guessing they're different colors though. Is that like green? Yeah. I can change this later too. Cool. Skin tone. Tops, long sleeves, dresses. Miscellaneous. She could be in a bra and nothing. Face, everything can be changed at any time. Sorry they didn't have albino on there for you. Right? I know, right? Really? Nah, it'd be cool to have super white skin. I wouldn't want to be an albino though, because then I could never go in the sun. Hope catch without, like, you know, SPF 500. Oh, that's my shoes. Oh, we get to pick different shoes for a change? They don't have many to choose from yet, but it looks like you unlock more later. That's cool. She looks like she has a beard. Why? She's got some 5 o'clock shadow going on. Hi, Jane! Welcome to the stream! I don't get it. She has no mouth, and she's got like a 5 o'clock shadow. How's she supposed to eat? Anyway, I think that's good. I want a pet though. She's very bright. And pink on pink is probably not how you're supposed to dress, but that's what she did. I mean, this guy's kind of purple on purple. Although here he's blue. Balor. Hello there. Who's this feller? Oh. They jump. General Kenobi.
Didn't expect to see anyone else out this way. The roads have been a real mess since the earthquake. I'm Balor, a traveling merchant. Pleased to meet you. Oh, so he has all the special things. Let me guess. You're here at Lady Adeline's request. She mentioned something had taken her up. Someone had taken her up on her offer. There was something about free land in a house. That would be me. What? Free land in a house? I didn't know I had to go, like, actually do work. Adventuring. I've seen the area. It's a lovely spot, quite close to town. I'll walk you the rest of the way, if you don't mind the company. No wagons can get through since the bridge collapsed, so I've had to carry what I can on foot. Great, let's go. It's wagons? Do we get wagons later? All the questions. You guys don't have to answer, but I'm like, what? Wagons sound cool though. Oh, she's jumping for me. I'm not doing this yet. I figured that would be my first chance to practice jumping, but you know. Oh, maybe I should move my head. There we go. We'll move myself up here. There we go. Oh, isn't that where my chat box is? Oh, it looks like my chat box is hidden right now anyway. Where is my chat box? It's right here. Messing up all the things. Ignore me. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Nope. There's the chat box. I don't know what that was over there. That's the alert. Oh, I bet it's the other chat box. Streamer gets distracted easy. There it is. I don't know. We don't have to see it right now. Sometimes I like to have it up though for like the YouTube videos later because the chat goes away and you're like never know what the conversations were ever again, you know? So there, maybe like that. We'll just I don't know. I don't like it. The game's too pretty. Alright, no chat box. I want y'all to see the pretty game. We'll worry about the text later. General Kenobi, that would be cool, right? Oh, might help with that click back over here. We should be able to make it before it gets dark. Come on, we'll head straight to your new farmstead. Let's go! She does not look like the farmer type. That's why she heard something about the adventure type. She just heard free land. Lord Eland? Mm-hmm. Snappy! Thank you so much! Thank you, Snappy! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you for the 18 months. Welcome to the stream, man. I know! That's 2 kids. What's our children's names? Mm-hmm. Yep. You're gonna have to let me know. Let's see. I get some hype in chat. Chopsticks. Maybe I should resort back to the wooden chopsticks so we don't have all the noise when I murder everything. Hey, you're amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Snappy. Mono, I presume. Welcome, welcome. I'm Eland. It's wonderful to meet you. You're in good hands, Mono. I'm off to the inn. It's been a long day, and I need a hot meal. I'll see you around. So what do you think? Nice, isn't it? You're right outside of town. Great soil for our farming. And look at this house. 4 stout walls and a rich history. Let's go inside, shall we? Uh-oh, I'm scared. Ah. Uh-oh, sit. Just a minute. Ooh, she kicked us out. It appears we're not quite ready for you yet. But not to worry, I'm sure she'll only need a moment. Get out! Should we go in and help? No need. Hi. Now she's breaking stuff. You must be Mona. I'm Adeline. Thank you so much for answering my request. My brother and I are so excited to have you have a real adventurer here to help the town. Hope you like your new farm. It has a lot of potential, don't you think? Why don't you come inside? Aw, she did decorate it. Welcome to your new home. It was fast and cozy. I like both answers. I'm glad you think so. Would you like a quick tour of the room? One room? Yes, please. Wonderful. This here is your diary. You can write in it when you want to. Record your story. And this, of course, is your new bed. Make sure you get to sleep by 2 a.m. each day or keep your stamina up. So does that mean I get to like write in the diary so I know where I left off next time I open the game? Like, hey, this is what you were working on. Remember. I can basically write my reminders in there, maybe? Is that what you guys do? We've also put this calendar up for you. Wait, a calendar day 1? I don't have to buy it? With a gazillion dollars? You can use it to check when Mistria holds its festivals and to check when everyone in town's birthdays are. You're so kind, they got me one for free. And a chest for free? And this chest here was made by Mistria's very own carpenter. Rias? You can store items here if your bag starts to get full. And that's about it for your tour. So these guys really hooked me up, you know? They didn't like leave me hanging with the horrible conditions day 1. They hooked me up with a chest, a calendar, a diary, fresh bed, you know? Fresh rug. This is nice. The diary I just learned is game save. Oh, it doesn't save the game. I never used it because it auto saves at the start of a new day. That makes sense. We probably just used the saving method of Stardew. I thought you might be hungry when you got here, so I stopped by the inn and picked up a bowl of their famous vegetable soup. Well, I'm sure you're worn out from your long day. We won't keep you up. I need a lot more tests if you're... Yeah, I will need them because I like want to keep, you know, some of everything just cuz you never know what you're gonna need, you know? You never know. Alright.
Welcome to Mistria, Mona. We're so glad to have you. Let's meet up tomorrow so we can start discussing our plans for the town restoration.
I feel like I need a fancier name now. I live in a fancy town. I need a fancier name. I'm open to name suggestions. If you're allowed. You said the only thing you can't change is your birthday, so... I'm sure that's in-game purposes shouldn't be changed because things happen on your birthday. Oh, she went to sleep. Oh, you need the flower that is spring only.
And it's summer.
Okay. So hang on to a spring flower when I find it.
Girl, welcome! Check out this game if you haven't already.
That's pretty cool. So you have a map. There's the town. The Narrows. Sweetwater Farm. The beach. Western Ruins. The Summit. The Eastern Road. And the Deep Woods that is locked. Over here you have inventory, equipment. You start out with equipment. Your skills. Okay. Town rank. Wood. My rank is wood. Interesting. It looks like a Stardew copy at first glance. It is. It's kind of like a Stardew, but it's been highly talked about, and lots of people I know are playing it, so I'm checking it out. I hear it's kind of like a Sailor Moon meets Stardew. Cutie fly! No, that's not cutie fly. It says cutie fly. A wild cutie fly appears. That's not a cutie fly. I'm sorry. Does anybody else see a cutie fly? Because I don't see a cutie fly. And I just poke catch twice. Not a cutie fly at all. That is the baby hippo. That I forget his name. Alright. So you can change your clothes. Activities and quests. Your heart levels with people. Ooh, all the people I haven't met yet. She's the town leader. What? She's single? Don't get me no ideas. Just kidding. He's single as well. Elam's single. But he's not, but he's called me, oh, he was talking to his sister. He wasn't actually talking to me. Thank God. He's very cute. Cutie Fly has been caught by Crowley and Kimono. He's still a cutie pie, even though he's not a cutie fly. Yes, I agree. Animals! See, there's rarities of animals. And then magic spells. This is the part I'm excited about. doing like the magic spells for your crops and stuff, and also animal variant colors. Once you're in the city, I want you to guess who I'm romancing. Okay. Maps. Artifacts. We have blacksmithing, bugs, cooking, crop fishing. Oh, there's bugs now. That's new. Forageable furniture, materials, ranching. Bugs. And then settings. Met everyone in the city, yeah. I figured that's what you meant. Boots of bugs. I mean, there's bugs in the mine. But we don't have like a bug menu. I feel bad. I'm gonna constantly compare the game to Stardew, and I just can't help it because Stardew is life. I can't help it. But yeah. There's the chest and my inventory. I gotta move that cord so I can hit the button. And there's the calendar. Spring festival. Birthdays of the people that I know. Winter. Okay. Alright, I think it's time to get to work. I mean, it is what it is. It's a Stardew-like game. It plays very similar. I know. That's why I kind of like it, because I like playing similar games to Stardew, because I love Stardew so much. Celine.
Oh, hello, you must be Mono. I'm Celine. It's so nice to meet you. I live in the cottage north of here. I'm so excited that we'll be neighbors. In fact, I brought you a little housewarming, field warming present.
I'm not gonna voice act the whole time, just like at the intro to get used to the characters, because honestly, we know how these games goes. At first we start reading everything and then we don't read anything. Yeah, Stardew anime. Oh man, I'm level 1. Watch out, y'all. She's on fire! Alright, let's go. Here's the hoe. You'll need it to till your field. I love guarding myself, so I had this extra one laying around. This girl is on fire. Look at her. She's so cute. So can we date her too? Just kidding. I wonder what happens when you date all the characters at one time. If you want to expand your field size, though, you'll need a shovel. They are available at my family's general store. Okay.
3 bags of tulips.
They date everyone. Yes.
Thank you. I love the flowers.
I'm more into potatoes. Potatoes. Oh my god, yes. We need all the potatoes. We're gonna be nice though.
I'm so glad. You know, Mistria has a rich horticultural history.
I hear a horse. Oh, it's so cute. Can we get a horse right away? Hayden.
Morning, neighbor.
My name is Hayden. I run Sweetwater Farm to the west. You don't gotta tell me your name, Mona. You're already the talk of the town. Dude, potato pancakes are freaking good. Potato pancakes? I've never had those. I need to try potato pancakes.
Hayden, you almost galloped straight into poor Mono.
Ah, don't mind my horse. He just likes meeting new folks as much as I do. Yeah. I think I need to lie down.
It's fine, the pleasure's all mine.
Or, I think I need to lie down. There's different ways you can take this.
A farmer after my own heart. Here, I brought you a little something. Take this watering can. You need to water your crops every day if you want them to grow big and strong. And here are 3 bags of turnip seeds.
Huh. The whole town will surely appreciate more shipments of fresh produce.
They're not gonna like hook me up with all the things, are they?
He's who I wish I was.
So is he like the guy in the game that everybody wants to be? Just date? I'm just curious. It's been a good while since I've been out here. Things sure have gotten overgrown. You need any pointers on getting started? Your field, Mono. I don't know. Sure. Step 1, use your hoe to clear the field area. Got it. Step 2, plant seeds. Got it. Water your crops every day until they are fully grown. Got it. Harvest your crops. Got it. You purchase a shovel from the general store when you want to expand your field. So you don't start out with a shovel. I'll have to remember where the shovel is to go get it, honestly. Oh, you bit yourself? Oh, and you boop Michigan. No idea, to be honest, Bio says. I missed that part. Okay. Get started. Don't be shy. Come by any time if you want to chat. I'd love to introduce you to all my animals.
I bet. I bet. Back off. I bet, dude. Back off.
Okay, so I'm supposed to go north and meet people? Do I do that first, I guess? How far north am I going? Oh, there's berries? They are! Wild berries! That's so cute. Oh! Somebody's selling stuff. I'm glad to bump it. Yeah, that's a cart. I was wondering. Oh, I got a shipping bin too. Had a long day at work. Have a good stream. Okay, Crowley, thank you so much for coming by. It's good to see you. Take care and rest well. The game looks adorable, right? We have enough to buy a butterfly. Question mark butterfly. Or no, we don't. This is 30. How do we... Oh, we have 50 coins, so I could totally buy a butterfly. I'm not gonna waste my coins on a butterfly yet. I don't know that I might need them for something. Oh, here's somebody working in their garden. Oh! How are things in the farm, Mono? Settled in yet? I thought I just saw you. How far north am I supposed to go? Forever north.
Hi there, Mono. I was hoping I'd run into you. Your timing is perfect. I'm sure you're eager to start helping Mistria and the citizens, so I'm here to tell you all about our town's request board. Come with me. As my name implies, villagers post their request here every day. You'll receive rewards whenever you complete them.
Okay, so this is the board that I don't want to touch.
It's a great way to earn money, equipment, and most importantly, renown. I guess let me explain the basics. As you know, Mistria is just one of the many towns that make up the kingdom of Aldaria. All of them receive town rank according to the renown level. Towns with higher town rank enjoy more popularity and more support from the capital.
Oh yeah, we're town rank wood. I still think that's messed up. Our town rank is wood.
Mysteria's renown level was improving prior to the earthquake. Since then, though, we're down 2 entire town ranks. As daughter of the heiress of Mistria Baron, improving this situation is my highest priority. With your help, we'll repair the earthquake damage, raise Mysteria's town rank, and put the village back on the map. Why don't you go on now and accept your first request? It's one I just put up for you.
Oh god. Greet the town folks. Okay, that's fine. Objective. Introduce yourself to all the town folks and talk to Adeline. Your map can help you locate everyone. Rewards. Potato seeds! You get some potato seeds. I need those.
Perfect. That was easy, right? I'm sure you want to meet your new neighbors as much as they want to meet you. And as you get to know them better, your journal can keep track of your relationships with them and even document their favorite gifts.
Ooh.
And what do you like?
Say, what do you like, Adeline? And what can I do to make you like me, Adeline? Oh my god. No. No. Okay. The character art style reminds me of a lot of the 90s RPGs. Let's see. JRGBT word.
Well, I wouldn't say no to a turnip, Mono.
Oh my god. She likes turnips.
Anyway, we've still got a lot of things to talk about. You can view the map in your journal. It should give you a good idea where people are. Isn't that helpful? And each time you meet someone, it will update.
Oh, a shellos. That is not a shellos. That is a cutie fly. Oh my god, is the poke catch thing like totally broken and the Pokemon that appears is like behind one? Oh, tulip turnip. Words are hard, yes. Okay. She likes turnips. I'm gonna get out of breath from talking like that. That's the problem. No brain cells. That I am very exhausted. But we won't talk about that. I took a nap. Maybe I will talk about it. But I took a nap, but then I didn't want to get up. And then I got up and I worked out. So, and did some more chores. So, yeah, I'm exhausted again already.
Isn't this exciting? Come talk to me once you're done meeting everyone.
I like the smiley faces though. Those are cute. It looks like she's making notes and writing stuff down. There's so many houses. I feel like this is her house. Oh, it's the general store.
Behold, you must be a new face in town. Nice to meet you. I'm Holt.
The new Pierre. And peace to meet you too.
Oh, I caught the Pokemon. Celine and Dell help out. So we got turnip seeds, potatoes, strawberries, daffodils. So this is why I got confused. There's turnip seeds and tulip seeds. I just drink the TU and I'm done. Oh, there we go. So the town is north instead of east. Now I get it. This looks like a saloon or something. Sleeping Dragon Inn. Nice. There's free land up for grabs. We're just gonna stick with that. Stop by and try my cooking sometime. Grilled cheese? Mmm. Strawberry shortcake? Oh, you had me at strawberry shortcake. I need that. I love strawberry shortcake. So... Oh, there's rooms? Are there people in them? Oh, those are so cute! Oh my gosh! Why can't my house look like these rooms? Do they all look the same? No, they're all different! Look, it's so cute. Okay, I love this inn. Purple! And the little lights on. Is there anything in the chest? Mabel's toy chest. Aww. So these are like people's rooms? Let's see. Look. Yeah, these are people's rooms. They live here, I guess. Why does that look like the door is locked? Okay. Now, who do we have here? Okay, I saw somebody else sneak in too. Josephine. So I have a feeling at a certain time of day, everybody will be at this place, so... That's what's her name. Aw, is this a stable? That's so cute. There's people. Mabel. So are these the kids? Luke? Do you like bugs? Sure, yeah. Dell. And there's a swing. Can I sit in the swing? No. D. So our goal is to find everyone and talk to everyone. Is there gonna be somebody out here in this garden area? It's a cemetery. Okay, I don't think we want to go that way yet. I'm trying to meet everybody in town. This must be the museum, I bet. Oh, it's a schoolhouse. I bet. I don't know. Locked, though. Blacksmith shop. Hey, I found humans! March. What do you want? Charming. Oh, he does not like outsiders. He's the new Sebastian, I guess. Should have checked and seen what was there for sale, but oh well, I didn't. How far north can you go? There's... Oh! What is that? Is that a fish? I don't even know. There's something in the water. I don't want to go too far on the edges because I'm trying to meet everybody. I'm sure. Is this the castle? Manor house. Dang, fancy. Can I play the piano? No. Can I sit? Nope. Bug? It was a bug? Nice. There we go. Dining room table. Oh, I bet this is the kitchen. There's a lot more attention to, like, detail and, like, appearance, I guess. There's lots of gazebo! So cute! I love the pink trees, too, by the way. The pink trees are adorable.
The manor?
Hey! Hotspot for archaeology. Never know what you might excavate with a shovel. You do want help to find everyone? Maybe when I get down to that, yeah. Let me make a circle first. Bathhouse. Ooh. What's a lady like you doing in a place like this? I think that's like hitting on them. Let me guess. This is the one Bio's dating, Juniper. I didn't know. Dog? Not easy to read. I mean, she's hot. She's cool. She's dark and mysterious. She owns a bathhouse. Oh, she just told me I could use a bath. Jeez. Woof. Oh, so make sure I talk to the dog. Woof. Nosy. Good boy. Okay, so like if I go in here. Is there anybody in here? What is that? Crystal ball. This must be like her bedroom or something. Is this like a cauldron? Yep. Oh, this is Rain's favorite place. I wouldn't be surprised if Rain is dating her too. Just saying. I need her better as date? I guess so. Hi Jay, welcome! Let's see. Let's see. Valen, hello. You must be the new farmer Mono, isn't it?
Me, I'm the town's doctor. I run our clinic. No need for formalities, though. You can just call me Valen. Plenty of sleep and eat well. Ooh, there's upstairs. I guess you can just go into everybody's bedrooms and it's not an issue. Hello, sweetheart. How you doing? I'm doing good. Checking out this new game. Oh, you could buy stuff here too. Potions. You can rest in the beds a bit. No. No luck. I tried. There's like a road back here. I don't want to leave town yet. I feel like there's more to be seen in the town. A windmill. Looks boarded up though. Okay, so have I met everyone? Hey, who are you? Oh, just Valor. Did I go this way? Now I'm gonna start repeating myself and not knowing where I went. No, this is so cute! Oh my god, these houses are so cute. Alright. People. No, that's characters. Alright, I've met some of them. I'm sure I have a ton left to meet. There's at least 2 there. One there, and a bunch more. So I'm gonna have to go into those other areas, I'm guessing. So you work on your levels just by talking to them. You don't even have to, like, gift them, I guess. Interesting. The fishies! That reminds me of, Animal Crossing. The way you see the little fishies in the water. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to go look around. I don't know if everybody's in town or not. Do I need to go back? If I do, let me know. Lilac. Welcome! Welcome, Raiders! Welcome to the stream! Welcome. Welcome, everyone! Welcome. Is it Scythia? Welcome. I hope I said that right. Welcome. How is everyone? Everyone having a good day? Sylvia? Silva Raid? Silva! Welcome. Thank you for the follow! Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, everyone. Were you guys last playing this game? You were! Did you like it? This is my first time playing it, and I'm loving it so far. Siva? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for that raid. I'm very much appreciated. Yes, the game is so fun. It's so cute. I'm a huge, Stardew Valley fan, and then this is just like cuteness overload on top of that, which I'm loving. Oh, it's getting late. I forgot to pause myself here, so I should probably head back home or something before I'm guessing you pass out at 2 a.m. like Stardew, I don't know. I'm so learning everything. Oh look, I can cut stuff down. Okay, yeah. Hey, yes. Of course, thank you for the warm welcome. I know, same. Yes, pass out many times. Talking to chat, right? Thankfully in the game, if you're in menu or starting, there's a tab. Yeah, so if you're here, I'm sure time stops, right? Yeah. But I know we have to go a bazillion miles south to get home. I don't know how many bridges we crossed.
So now there's a little bit of time left in the game, so I guess we can clear the farmer a little bit and use up some of our health. And I'm guessing we're not going to be able to pick everything up. It's getting late. But that's what we have a chest for, right? Throw some of these magical things in we got. I don't know if we want to put our watering can in there. I don't think it's gonna let us. Oh, you have to like physically move them? Or can you like hit X or E or something? So there's no key to move them? Oh, is it P? What is that? Shift click? Sweet. Thank you. Much appreciated. I haven't gotten to fishing yet. I haven't either. So yeah, like, I guess we could just sleep. I hate it if we got time. I'm one of those that's gonna stay out until the very last minute trying to make progress, especially if I still have health. Does your health bar not go down for like getting tired? Maybe not. There's a well. Thank you for the follow! Thank you so much! Swords free action. Doesn't take energy? That's so awesome. So yeah, I'm just starting. That was day 1. Next day. And thank you guys so much for the follows. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How many hours do you have in bio? I know I talk a lot, so my hours aren't going to necessarily match because I stop and talk. Terrible. But you know, I like to talk to you guys. 20 maybe? Dang. I know what you did all weekend. Alright, we're gonna drop stuff in here. Grass seeds. So you can get seeds for your own grass. Uh-oh. It's on autopilot. Good morning, Minna. When I was here the other day, I noticed something suspicious about this tree. I believe it's covering old stonework. As head of the Historical Society, I thought I'd investigate, but this old bark is proving to be surprisingly tough. That's all early for this kind of thing. You can just be like, why are you doing this? You're waking me up. Ooh, I think I need a moment. You can have my axe. Ooh, this is how we get an axe. Oh, it's like a golem. Incredible. This is a statue of Baldarus, the mythological guardian of Mistria. Our ancient ancestors used to worship statues like this one. What an incredible find.
shame about the head, but with a little help from the newest member of the Historical Society, I think we can see him as good as new. If you would, Mona.
Not like I can do a lot. Yeah, true. I do hope you feel better soon. There's this my land. Stop chopping down my trees.
Don't you just love the sense of achievement?
The head back on the statue. Nice. Yay, we get to keep the axe. Okay, so we can use the axe to, like, chop these little... Oh, wrong number. Lugs up. Yay! Can you chop up this stump? I can. And then you just swing your... Oh, I already have a shovel. She already handed it to me. Okay, some stuff gets removed, some doesn't. Some is part of the appearance of the land. I'm guessing I don't have a tool for the rocks yet. I can only clean up everything else. And then I have a letter in the mail. Visit the museum. Ooh. Okay. So we gotta go see the museum. So I'm guessing you do use up health to chop up things, just not swing your sword. Which is nice, because I use my sword like a scythe. And I'll be sure to drop everything. Oop, there we go. Into my box before we leave, because I don't want to have my inventory full. We have more hay. Randall! Welcome to the stream, Randall! Hope you're doing awesome! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Okay, so we gotta go visit the museum. Was it? Oh, I just picked up the grass. Does this tell you where things are? North Town, my first farm. I don't remember where the museum was. We're gonna have to find it though. Aw, you can pick the flower! Dandelion. Is that the flower we have to keep? That only grows this time of year? I don't want to go to the historic side yet. So the cart's always there? I wonder if it just has different stuff different days. I had to head out, but I was nice to chat with you. Have a good stream. Thank you so much. Thank you again for that raid. It was good chatting with you too. I'll have to check out your stream sometime. Have a good evening. And thank you for bringing your crew over here. Okay, so she's sitting there. I gotta find the museum now. We're just gonna chop down everything.
I probably should use the map, wouldn't it tell me? The birdie was so cute. That's the general store. Oh wait, there's probably people in there I haven't talked to yet. Hmm. You do these? That's Dell. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? Does it tell you? Oh, is the flashing thing where I need to go? I wonder. That's like... Or no, there's multiple things flashing. Oh, those are the people I haven't met yet! Oh, okay, that's cool. So they flash on the map so that I know I hadn't met them yet. Well, we're gonna take care of that. The animated emotes. You like it? No, I didn't do them. Okay. And she's sitting in there. But yeah, if you go to the map, okay. Cool. So now I know how to find everybody that I need to talk to. Nick Doffy! Thank you for the lurk! They're great. I'm glad you like them. Fences and furniture for your farm. So he does crafting. Cool. So if we need something... So do we not craft ourselves? Maybe? Okay, the other people that I needed to talk to have now disappeared. They're like not there anymore. Oh, they went that way. Interesting. So that's the kids. Wild Panda Chan appeared. Oh, catch Pokemons! Carpenter's shop. Found the carpenter shop. Landon? There's Halton. There's Holt. Okay. That makes me think that the museum's around here somewhere. No. Deep woods. Ooh. Take it we have not unlocked Deep Woods yet. Panda Chan escaped. No one caught it. Oh yeah, there's a birdie. The birds are cute. Looks like some ruins. Oh, there's some wild food. Eat a harvest. There we go. Okay. Fennel. And leeks. More fishing spots. More hay that I probably can't pick up. I'm gonna like already running out of inventory spots. What is that, a bug? I don't even know. I feel like it's a bug. I'm gonna go drop this stuff off, and then we're gonna go attempt to find the museum again. My chest is gonna be too full before long. Okay. You would think the museum would have been near the other place I already was. Maybe not. No event today. Maybe it's over here. Ah, that is over there. There's 3 people I haven't met that way. So we gotta go that way. Nick Dothy! Thank you for the 3 streams streak. Thank you, Nick Dothy. Ooh, what is that? Hi. Fishing. Nice. I feel like I don't move quick enough. They all left again! No. I made it here, but it's late. It's too late probably to go in the museum. I guarantee you. Somebody's house in bed. And then... Is it too late? No, it's not. Yay! I found the museum. Also plants, insects, and fish of the region. I believe together we can create a museum. I don't know how to catch bugs yet for you. Pretty sure I would just give it to you, I would think. Donate. Okay. Oh, dang. I wasn't done looking. Let's see, donate. There. I had a thing I could donate. Cool. 1% complete flora, insects, fish, and archaeology. So that's closed, closed, closed. Everything's closed right now, but is anybody else here on this side that I need to meet? No, everybody went back home. A tulip! We're supposed to give her a tulip. It's like mines and broken roads and broken things. I see more bugs. When will I learn how to catch bugs? Oh. There you go. Can I just pick you up? No. I'm sure I need like a bug net or something. Oh, there's a tent. Does this mean we have a Linus? Oh, this is an archaeology tent. Cool. We should head back to the hacienda. Oh, thank you for the streak. Woo! Thank you. Thank you, 6. Oh, I don't have room. Will they be there later? Can I drop things out of my inventory I don't want? Let's see. I don't know. Can I eat it? We were streaking. Oh my gosh. Oh, I can trash it. Okay. It is G. Okay. There. Chickpea and daffodil. Getting rather late. You should head home. Yeah, I know. I'm just... Oh, that's back at the museum again. Okay. Alright, we should go home. Oh, hi! Welcome! Alright, let's try to get home before we pass out. We don't want to do that. Hi, Rain! How is your evening going? I hope you're doing well. I'm lost. Okay, we're almost home. Sleep is a must. Sleep. Gun show? Alright, I got you. Ooh. It's a scene. Okay. Well met, mortal. You're the guardian of the dragon, huh? This is a weird dream. I am Clauderis, the guardian of Mistria. Thank you for repairing my shrine. Ah, I've been asleep since. to remember exactly. Even now, my mind is shrouded in fog. Magical essence has begun to flow again in Mistria. All that much I am certain. I ask you to extend your assistance once more, mortal. I need you to collect the essence and offer it to my shrine, so that I may regain my strength. I hereby bestow upon you the ability to sense and collect essence. You should find it naturally when going about your daily tasks. Would you like to view the skill perk tutorial? But yeah, we gotta do the gun show thing. Hold on. Okay. You ready? You ready? You ready, Michigan? Thanks for the lurk, Shane. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Hope you're having a good evening. Alright. Gathering essence from activities such as farming, fishing, and mining, and more. Interact with called us to review the skill perk menu. Watering a crop will sometimes refund the stamina used. Nice! Thank you so much for the cheers! Thank you for the 25! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Get some rest. Thanks for the hype, Michigan. So, that's cool that you can refresh your stamina. Purchase the skill perk with essence to unlock it. Oh, so these are like abilities you unlock. But I don't want to. What do you say when you say negative things? If you say like, but I don't want to, does it go like, you have no choice, mere mortal? Sleep now, mortal. We will speak again soon. I kind of want to know on some of these situations what the opposite answer is, or is it the same answer? I've sold nothing. I plan on selling nothing. I need it all. Town rank wood. Level 1. Reward available in the reward chest next to the request board. Ooh. Town rank wood. Alright, poke catch, guys. If you're catching Pokemon, poke catch. Alright, so we need to put... We gotta save one tulip for what's her name? I'm sure you noticed the state of the bridge. I'd like to introduce you, your group of officers, blah blah blah, if you can meet with Adele. Okay. I started repair the bridge. What if I don't want to? You guys worked me so hard. Okay, so I gotta figure out where people are hiding. Is that a doggo? What is that? What is that I have not met yet? Wait, that's stuff. Pink stuff now. Okay. Thank you so much for the 48 months, Sunny Rain. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Is that like 4 years? Yeah. Is that 4 years? Am I mathing right?
What is this?
I see eggs. Is that a chicken?
It's a chicken, Henrietta! I hate chicken. Who's a good chicken? Oh no, thank you. Oh, jeez. Henrietta? Wad's just gonna say. We met Henrietta. Differently.
What's this?
Oh, it's his bedroom. Apparently we're just allowed in everybody's bedrooms. Are the alerts broken? No, it went off. For the sub. And I said thank you. For the 48 months to 2 years. Or did you type in text and it'll work? Because now I'm curious. I didn't? Okay. But yeah, it popped up. Ooh, can I get on it? The seesaw for chickens? What about humans? So that's what we had to meet. That was considered a town folk or something? Oh my gosh. Okay, there's still a person there we haven't met, so... Maybe the boys are overstimulating my brain and I couldn't hear. Uh-oh. I'm gonna be kind of quiet for a bit. Mostly gonna lurk tonight. No worries. No worries. The world must be ending. Let's see. Okay, a little bit further. And then we're gonna go in this building and try to... Okay, so there's somebody inside I gotta meet.
Elsie. Their parents, the Baron and Baroness, spend most of their time in the capital.
Stop by for my romantic advice. Oh my god. How dare they use my likeness in this game? Some bald, beautiful man. Did I talk to you? I did. I talked to Josephine. Okay. So now we're gonna look at the map again. And go. Mystery people. Mystery people, where are you? Did we manage to talk to everyone? I think so. We did. We did manage to talk to everyone. This is great news.
Where was the quest board again? I don't remember. There it is. And there's a prize in here. Monies! Request for wood. Oh god, it begins. 10. Accept. Talk to Ulrich. Reward. 1 axe. Okay. And then... So can I just click on that and like do something with it? No. It actually takes an inventory slot. Oh, here's Hayden. He loves his chicken. That's cute. That's cute. Where are you at? I need to talk to you. These like the formal chambers. We didn't go up here before. So cute. Adorable. I figure you can look at the map to see where everybody's at. Okay, so it looks like she's down where we were. There you are. Turn in my introductions.
You finished meeting everyone in town? That's wonderful. Congratulations on completing your first request. Here's your reward. Potatoes!
I mean, I guess I should be growing and watering stuff then, at this point. And then I have my other quest that I'm supposed to meet certain people, right? So... Where is this person? Ulrich, or whatever his name is? Okay, so... He's wherever the mine was. I don't remember. Okay, so... Was that it? No. Who was that? Oh, shouldn't tell me their names. I should have to guess by the little... That looks like the kids. This is part that took me a moment because their map icons don't always look like the people, right? I've been overstimulated the last little while thanks to moving things. I also just woke up from a nap, so I'm definitely at a point of cut off heads. Oh no! Eat some food, rest, take your time. Yeah, because that's what I was like, yeah. Like, people need to look like their faces. I mean, that could be him or it could be a chicken.
We're gonna go back in here real quick and just make sure he's not in here. I think he turn in. Wow, you're incredibly ripped. Just help out around here. Actually used to be a miner, and then the earthquake hit, and we had to close the mines. If you want a stronger pick attack, you'll have to forge it. If you're looking for old bald guy, that's him. Really? Oh, the other person? Ugh.
What are you doing here?
Don't even keep up in here by special request. Handouts for my brother. He's so rude. He's rude. Or March and Mono are married. Okay, so what were my other tasks? I gotta get used to where the task list is. Well, that's cool. It's already showing things I've gotten. Repair bridge. Request for wood. Meet Adeline near the bridge. Adeline requests me repair the bridge. Okay, but how much does she need? Oh, I think she needed 10. Bring some wood. 10. Do I have 10 pieces? A wild duo appeared. Catch. Poke catch. Catch your Pokemons. Okay. Let's see if I have 10 wood or if I can make 10 wood real quick. Can you chop wood in town? You can. No, it's there you go. You're just chopping down some random person's tree. Sorry, just chopped down the tree in your yard. Don't mind me here. Why does it do that? There. I probably don't have a hard enough one for that. I need 10. Here's a random tree. We'll just chop this one down too. Why is it like so hard to actually hit it? There, okay. I think we have enough wood now. And we gotta go find this bridge. Which I can't quite remember where it is. But did you say I needed to go here? What is he doing? Okay.
What is this?
Ooh, we can make things here. This is where you make the things. Okay. I think I go over. No, I gotta go down. And then over.
Oh, so it's not this bridge. Where's the bridge at? There it is. We found everybody.
Hey, Manu. We're just getting started. I knew you were the right person for the job. Gather materials.
Okay. 60 stone and 60 wood. So this is not the person I'm giving the 10 wood to. Nice. They would conveniently put a tulip right there. Oh, but she's not here now. Figures. I'm not giving you my wood. I gotta give it to the other person first. Is this the one I gotta give it to? Turn in, yes. Thank you. And then... repair bridge, okay. So this is the only quest on there now. I got 60 and 60, so but I can do stone now too because I have a pickaxe. But I don't have any slots in my inventory, so I gotta go drop off some things. Where did she go? I was gonna give her a tulip, but she's vanished. Oh, there she is. She's like the only one that I know what she likes, so... How did that happen? I swear we just crossed paths and she was invisible. Rainbow cat ears! I got you. Thank you. I think she went to sleep. Or is she down here in this room? Maybe? Oh, they're having dinner. I'm interrupting dinner to give her a flower. How do I gift? Give, there it is. Why not?
There we go.
I gotta give both the ladies a flower. They were sitting there together. Princess, I love the cat ears. I have a collection myself. Nice. I do. And they can change them out. And I change my cat ears. So these were the black ones I had on. And then here's the rainbow ones. But welcome to the stream. Let's see. And then, yes. There we go. You got your rainbow ones. And back to the game.
Okay, I gotta go unload my inventory and work on wood and stone, it seems. Mama, posture check. Oh, yeah. Thank you. It's almost time for a stretch break, too. I drank too much water. I can't wait until I can, get a bigger bag. I know that's probably eventually a thing. Gun show? Okay. I got you. Give me just a second. And I'm guessing I should be, like, planting stuff or something. I mean, I've got seeds now. Should I plant in water? Where's the... Use this item to collect the money inside? How do I do that? I don't know. I'll just put it in my inventory for right now. I'm gonna be that person. So we need wood, we need all the seeds, we're gonna grow all the things. And then, does this sort? What does that do? Oh, okay. Close, I don't know. E, yeah. And then, yeah, it's like hold E to go through any doors, so you actually don't have to use your mouse. I'm just so used to using my mouse. You know? Let's see. And then, alright, good show. You guys are terrible. I still don't remember whose idea that was to create that and make that a thing, but it's a thing. Alright, I'm going to step away for a hot second. You were hidden the whole time? Oh my god. Really? So I have to go. Is that better? No muscles. Here, so I need like a muscle shirt on, right? Or just like, ooh. Yeah. Yep. Look at those guns. There's nothing there. There's just like a little bit of something hidden in there. I don't know. My cat ear collection is black, fluffy one, dynamite one, gem one, wine one, glitter one, and leopard one. Ooh, wine sounds cool. I like that. Let's see. Where's my wine command? Here it is. I have quite a few here. I don't know. Some I don't wear as much as others, and then like, you know, like when they say black, I actually have 2 versions of black. But I usually wear the spiked one because it's like the newest one that they request. And then I have like it's getting Halloween soon, orange one, but this one, I think this one needs to be retired soon. He's actually starting to lose some of his crystals. And then the cheetah ones. And I don't know that this one's on there, the pink lace one. It's kind of pretty. But yeah, I like that one. There, it's folded. This is like one of my favorites, but it hurts my head the most. March is mine! Yeah. Someone is thinking of wine. Wine, wine. Yes, I like wine. Not gonna lie. And then, yeah, the light up ones are pretty cool. Look at my hair. We won't talk about it. Because they light up. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just collect different ones that I see. And then for like holidays and stuff, I have like non-cat ones too. I have like for Valentine's, I have these little crazy little heart things. So I've got some extra ones in here. And then I've got my Pikachu hat and stuff like that.
Pikachu!
I don't know. There's a whole basket full of things. This is my basket. It's got all kinds of goodies in here. But it's really convenient just keeping it in that basket. Same, hello. Oh no, I put the one backwards. How dare I? But yes, rainbow cat ears were redeemed. Oh. Let's go back to the screen. We thought you'd like me and want Juniper / Swoon. Yeah, maybe. You don't know. Maybe. She's pretty cool. But I'm gonna leave you on the screen for a hot minute. I have to step to the ladies' room and I'll be right back. I drank too much water today. Look, what did I miss? Put them on backwards. It's like, oh no, KimonoKat can hear sound behind her. Yes. What'd you say? Like, if you turning around. But my goal is to make March love me. Good luck, Rain, good luck. A wild Nidoran appeared. I think I missed it. Yep, I missed it. I saw Juniper and was like, oh my god, my super villain queen. I will win your heart. Let's see. Hold on. Oi, oi, oi. Alright, now what am I doing? I don't even know. I ran out of Cheetos. Let's see. Da-da-da. Checking. Thank you guys for the retweets. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah. Okay, fix that. Tim! Welcome! It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good evening or good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, back to concentration mode. We're going to sleep and then we're going to do some gardening and some wood collecting and some stone collecting and see how far we can get with our help. It's the middle of the night. Yeah. I was thinking it's probably like 2 or 3 a.m. for you. I realized I still have a little bit of energy left, or a little bit of time left. And this is gonna take my energy, so I might as well like come out here until it's like 1 a.m. and chop down as much wood as I can. And save my time. Ugh. Why is it chopped down? I feel like the mechanisms are a little weird. Like, it's hard to chop directly in front of you. If that makes sense. We're just gonna chop down all the trees. It's already 1 a.m. A pine cone? I know. We're trying. Come on. One more tree. We got this. Because it's gonna take several days to get that amount of wood with my current health bar. "3:30 a.m. There you go. Get some sleep. Complete quest. Renowned summary. Sold items 0. I'm bad about selling things. I haven't sold anything. Level 2. Ooh, a new reward. What is that? More money. That I don't know how to open yet. Haven't slept at all night yet. Oh no, Tim. I hope you don't have to be up early. So I was thinking how's Mono doing? I'm doing good. I am doing good. Thank you for thinking about me. You saw I was alive and you're like, hey, I'm gonna go say hi. Do it, do it. Oh, it's raining. Good day to start a garden. I don't have to water anything. See, I have exactly 9 seeds. So we're going to do these guys. At least I don't have to water them. It was a really good day to start this. Seems like some you get more than others. Oh. And then Gonna say hi indeed.
Sweet. Well, I hope you can get some sleep later when you decide to. But it's good to have you here. So, I just need to really collect wood and stone. Now, we planted our seeds. And we know we need 60 of each, so... Is there like tricks to getting your health up? I mean, I guess I could go eat that soup or whatever that's in there. I need more stamina. Oh. Da, da, da. You only get so little. I want like a lot of stone. Ah! I feel like all these plants are in my way. Plants must go. Maybe since I don't have animals yet, I don't need all my hay. I don't know. Trying to decide what I need to keep and what I'm gonna. What I could sell. Because I should be selling stuff too. No, 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 I haven't sold anything yet.
Also, you mispronounced Diamante. Dynamite? Is it dynamite? No. Oh! Dynamante. Dynamante, okay. Earlier. It's what you call the style of having something decorated with anything sparkly like sequins or diamonds. Oh, okay. Diamante. Okay, I did not know that. That is new to me. That is cool. What's like the correct word to like bedazzled? that would be the word that I would know was bedazzled. Diamante. Okay. That's cool though. That sounds much better. Bedazzled sounds too much like a fad. You're gonna eat some breakfast, and then you'll try to sleep. Do it. Small out of bed break. Oh! Yeah. I need to slow down and read words. Just a break. Okay, I think we're gonna run out of stamina. I don't know what happens when you run out of stamina, so I'm not gonna find out. We're gonna go in here and eat some soup or something. Because I have this soup in here. This vegetable soup that I never ate. What does it do for my health? Okay, so eat. There we go. I tried eating it. Oh, you have to hold it down. Oh, I did 80. That was great. That helps me a lot.
Yes. Words are hard. Apparently I'm super tired, and words are definitely hard today. See? Even my command is a pain in the butt. All good. Back in bed. Getting all comfy cozy. Is it cold there yet? I know it's chilly in some parts of the US already. And I'm like, wow. I bet I can't hit that yet. Maybe I can. No, it's red. Hey, not very cold. Hey, Mono. Yes. Oh, hey, Momo. There you go. Momo. Momo's so sweet. I'm watching my health bar. We're making a lot of progress though. As you remember, I need 60 of each. I'm not looking forward to when you need like 500 of each. I wonder if you get more from a tree though. You definitely get more from trees. Come on! Okay, we're almost there on the wood quota, but what can I eat? Everybody is sweet here. Thank you. All clean splash. Oh, KimonoKat, you are too. Thank you. Thank you, Mama. Oh, yeah, Michigan is licking people. Typos are funny sometimes. I reread my message after I sent it and I'm like, oh my god, did I really type spankly? Yes, I saw that. That's why I was like, spankly, sparkly? She means sparkly. So instead of sparkly, oh, I guess I'm still waking up. Oh, are you waking up? That's awesome. It's like time for me to sleep. I really should be in bed already. But I like these kind of games and I would get hooked. Ads, no! A wild munchlax. Okay, we're going to go in and see. I don't think we have the ability to cook anything yet. We can turn on the fire though. Can I eat berries? I can. Does it do anything? Not really. It does like nothing. You. Ads are over. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Damn, you caught the munchlax. And Misted Princess. I don't know. I was reading your sentence again. I don't know if the ads are on or not, but it was like typos are funny sometimes. Yeah, I totally saw what you meant to say, the sparkling. And that's why I was like, yeah, she doesn't mean spankly. Yay! Hey, you caught one! Yes, you did, Tim! And it was a munchlax, too. That's so cool. Alright, so... until I learn more... See, I think I can hold that above my head and use it. There we go. Yeah, I probably should have did that a while back. And I pretty much can't do anything. I can go do weeds, right? I can do weeds. With my sword. Because that doesn't use energy. That's like really all I can do right now. At least I can do that. Can I kill the bug? No. Get a lot of hay. I'm probably not supposed to chop up every bit of grass. That's like game day, you know, season 1 Stardew mistake. Don't destroy all the grass. At least you get seeds though, so you can technically grow it back where you want it. Maybe I stay for 10 more minutes. I'm doing fine. No. Yeah, you gotta stay because Momo showed up. You gotta say hi to Momo. Play Momo. Play Momo. Momo keeps you awake. There. I do like that I can clear land this way. So we'll make sure we keep all the grass seeds. I feel like they're going to be important if I'm cutting down all the grass. Because I don't know how fast it grows back. And then for our bin, since we haven't sold anything yet, I feel like I should sell some hay, but I don't feel like I should either. I have a hard time parting with things. I'm just gonna put it all in there. I don't know what to keep, Bio, and what not to keep. There. Cleaned it up. Keep everything, I know, right? Even all the fiber, I mean, I'm sure I'll get more fiber than I need, at the least. I have like 10 chests. I don't know how to build a chest yet. I haven't made it that far. Mm. Friday night at the end. At the end. No, we're not going to sleep. Oh, you will become the hoarder. I do. I hoard everything. That's how I play in Stardew. I lost a Cheeto. It's never going to return again. Okay. I mean, I ate the vegetables too, but that's okay. Friday at the Sleeping Dragon Inn. You're sleeping in on Friday nights. That's tonight, and this is your invitation. Meet at the inn after 6 p.m. tonight. Keep me company, and I'll throw in a free drink. Hell yeah. Oh, I didn't know you're supposed to visit the museum again. So I guess we'll do the museum and the inn once we run out of energy. Because we only need a couple more pieces of wood. And now I need lots more rock, which we will not get all 60 stone today, because stone is a pain in the butt.
I keep everything in Stardew too, just fill up the villagers, like, likes and loves in the gift.
Yeah, because you gotta keep everything that they like, which is a pain. So you gotta make sure that you have everything. Later on, I'll be swimming in wood and stone. Yay! As long as it's easier to harvest and I have more energy to do so. And I can, you know, crack open these big stones like the purple ones here. I'm sure that's even more advanced than the... Those giant purple ones. Dun, dun, dun. We made it to 50. I'm actually quite surprised. It seems like chopping up wood used up my stamina faster. Yay, we got to 60. Okay, we're done. We're gonna, like, leave our smidgen of stamina here. And, we're only gonna contribute grass again. I forgot to see how much I actually made from it. Used in a variety of crafting recipes. I know, I know. I feel like I can leave some of my tools in here and collect more stuff. Like, I don't need to take my water tin everywhere. I might need my hoe. I'm not gonna need my axe or my pickaxe, not yet.
It definitely gets easier. This is just early game stuff. It says on there, top right, when you hover, says sell amount.
Oh, okay. I missed that. Oh yeah, there it is, 2 cents each. Okay. At least something. I'm definitely good at being a forager. I just can't pass up all these berries because I'm sure they'll be great for making stuff later. I love that the cart's here 24/7. And you can just buy stuff like $10 hardwood. It's like 80 for one. Jeez. To buy a bug. We'll just buy our caterpillars. I just live in the mines. I believe it.
Where was I going? The inn? I said go to the inn for 6 p.m., right? Yeah. You're in the mines. Forager, that reminds me, there was a study done recently and they found that ADHDers are natural foragers. I believe it because I just can't like focus on one task for too long. I love foraging. I want to cover every ground and collect every item every day. That's what I like to do. Is this the right place? This is, but it's too early yet. So we could go turn in all the wood and then come back. No animals. I grow like one set of each season's crops, then just spend the rest of the time killing, gathering, and mining. Jeez. Hi, Cup. Welcome. Have you played this game yet, Cup? Where's the bridge? I know it's here somewhere. There it is. Doo doo doo. So I'm pretty sure it'll just happen overnight or something? Okay. Oh, there's a cherry tree up there. I can't get it yet though. I have it. Might as well be a dwarf. Yeah, I guess it's time to try to get some sleep. Have a good night all, and day, and everything in between. Thank you, Tim. Good night. Take care. I'll catch guys if you're catching things. Alright, we're just gonna run around real quick until it gets 6 o'clock. Let's see if there's anything we can gather. Oh, we're supposed to go to the museum too, aren't I? I forgot already. And I can't quite remember where things are yet. I'm definitely directionally challenged, but we know this. This is where the kids hang out. See, they're all on their way because it's almost 6 o'clock. He's gonna go too. And we can't get too far away. The study involved having 2 groups, one of HDers and one of non-HDers, and the HDers collected the most berries per person. I believe it. Dang, they are here. And what are we doing here? Rules section 107 paragraph 2, you'll see that. I'm whittling out some miniatures for the game. Are they playing D&D? I'm Bad Brad, the bearded bard. Please call him by his full name. Sigh. Is this what I get for arriving late to the cards table? I have no idea what's going on or why everyone keeps calling me Snickle Fritz. Yes, that's the D&D. I love my HGH from the shines. Yeah, I see it as a positive thing in a lot of ways for a lot of people. Okay, so I just talked to everybody at that table, apparently, with one sitting. So if you talk to, like, one person, does that mean I get to talk to this table? Hit me.
She sounds pretty confident, don't you think? Just deal the card.
I want to play Cards Against Humanity now. I know that's not what they're playing, but that's what I'm playing. Okay, don't I need to talk to him anyway? They won't let me right now. The kids are up there watching.
Mono, come here. I'll let you in on a little secret. You're not so bad. Haha. Oh, what was I saying again?
He's drunk, so he's okay with me right now. I see the red across his face.
Oh my, it seems our young blacksmith is a bit of a lightweight.
Yeah.
It's because he's drinking the cheap stuff. Just like you, Valen. Having no palate is nothing to be ashamed of here. Try some of my wine, you'll see. Oh, she's got the wine.
Because doctors simply cannot recommend drinking at home alone.
A girl can't get a little sloppy on Monday night. This is why you have a reputation for being stiff, Valen.
Can we just get another angry cat? Hold on. Where's it at? There it is. We need some more wine.
Come here and sit with me, Mono. The girls are fighting. What fun.
Oh no.
Somebody save me.
Pantry, snacks, main course. Oh, do I cook stuff here? Can I cook my own stuff? Craftable, candy. Cool. I can come here and cook? Because I don't have my own kitchen yet? Nice. And then what can I buy here? More soups. Curry, apple pie, potato soup, grilled cheese looks like 2 arrows. So many dishes, right? I'm hungry. Six is eating. Lemon pie. Loaded baked potato. Pan-fried salmon. Mushroom rice. And fish stew. Oh, and you roll over, then you got the beverages. There we talking. There's some red wine. White wine. A hot toddy. Beer. Coconut milk. Lemonade. Milk. Apple juice. Orange juice. Tea with lemon. Alright, we're buying a wine. Let's do it. Alright. Alright, I got it. We gotta do this for science. We gotta find out. Oh, you get plus 10 stamina for drinking it. Cute, but I didn't turn like rainbow colors. Darn. If you want most to like you, beer works. Oh, because you can give it to people? Nice. You didn't think about that. I shouldn't have drank it. I should have bought it for other people. And then the kids are up here, all doing their thing.
let anyone see you. The coast is clear. Now, before we tell you anything, you have to pinky swear you won't tell anyone. Because we're planning a heist. Luca is the brains. Deli is the brawn. I'm the face. And you're the carrier, Mono. Oh god. And our target is... Mr. Ballard. His secrets, more precisely. What does he always keep his door locked? It is because we keep trying to go in there uninvited. We're going to find out. Meet us here next week, Mono.
They're plotting. The children are plotting. Okay, all the licks and kisses and hugs. Nika, Nika, nee! Welcome, Dash! Here, we'll do it properly. Nika, Nika, nee! Welcome to the stream, Dash. I hope you're doing awesome. Oh, I think I got hair, like, curling up everywhere. I need to brush my hair again. It's a mess. But yeah. Welcome, Dash! I hope you're having a good evening. Is she falling asleep upstairs because I was standing there? That's what it looked like. So I think we talked to everybody. Is that all we needed to do was talk to everybody? Oh yeah, turn it in. There we go.
You made it. What did I tell you? It's a full house. Why don't you go around and see what everyone's up to? Oh, and here's your free drink.
I forgot to get a free drink! And I bought a drink. Ay, ay, ay. I forgot that was a thing. I got so distracted by everyone and everything. Okay, so hopefully the bridge repair just happens overnight and we're caught up. And we talked to everyone. So I think we're good. I think we talked to everyone we could talk to. Oh, maybe not.
Elan's been talking about this game for weeks. I hope the others are excited as he is.
Sometimes I can't tell if these two are friends or enemies. I suppose it isn't too important as long as they can share a drink. Sweet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it counted everybody. I love how you can actually see the little drinks in their hands. Let's see if he'll talk to me again. No, he's done. He's done. Alright, where are we going? I was seeing if there's multiple ways down and around. There probably is.
Some paths go down.
And then we're gonna chop things. And we're gonna try not to get lost. And make it home before we pass out. We probably should visit that little statue on the farm. What just happened? My screen just went black. And the game is still running. It's not responding! There it goes. I don't know what happened. It was like loading and I was like, I thought I was gonna lose my progress. That was scary.
Maybe I went into an area I wasn't supposed to yet? I don't know. Okay, we gotta get to bed though. We're gonna pass out and I don't want to find out what happens. I'm probably not gonna make it. Back to the farm. Hi! You broke it? I think so. Hi, Mission Mastasi! Welcome to the stream! Or should I say hollow? Sleep! Yes, sleep quickly. Oh, I just made it. Hi, Hollow. How are you doing? Thank you for lurking. Always appreciated. Okay, so we actually completed some quests, made some money, sold a few items, got all 12 coins from the things we sold. That's better than none, especially since I spent 100 coins on wine that only gave me a slight bit of stamina that I didn't use. Good job! Cheetos. Must eat all the Cheetos. Why am I always hungry? You're doing a lot better than recently, but it's time to make dinner and be lurking. I'm glad you are doing better. And good luck with your dinner. Because food is life, it is. Hmm. Ay, ay, ay. Wild Octillery, guys. Wild Octillery. Hmm. Reward available. Reward chest. Oh, I don't think I've been picking up my rewards. There's probably more than one there. Did they finish the thing? Save completed. Thank God. I wonder if they built the bridge. I guess that's what that was. Okay. Need my watering pill for a hot minute. Let's go water these guys. Oh, I saw the essence thing. Reopen the mines. Please meet myself and Curator Errol at the Museum West of Town to discuss the reopening of the mines. Okay. I'm sure you noticed the bridge. Could you meet with us at the bridge east of town? Okay, so we're not gonna meet there too. At least it tells you west or east. I like that. I completed these though. I guess that's why they're dimmed out.
I'm confused. They don't disappear. See, the mine one I didn't complete. We'll just go to the museum and we'll find out. Oh, let's drop off the water pail. So I have plenty of room to carry things. I don't need the hoe. Might need the pickaxe.
Let's go.
Ooh, what is that? Middle mist.
The middle mist flower. Gotta collect all the flowers, because I don't know which one is the one that I really need. Mysterious looking chicken statue. There are shining beads glinting from the bottom of its container. Chicken statue. And anything else? Oh, yeah. And I don't see anything right here. We're gonna go up. So I noticed other people have stuff in their garden. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to pick other people's things. Oh, there's gonna be a hidden door there eventually. A cave entrance. Nice. So many berries. What? I don't remember being able to go that way. I think we went that way before. But I don't think we're supposed to right this minute. We gotta go to the museum. Go to the museum. Don't get distracted. Mono, thank you for joining us.
I hope you haven't roped Mono into your scheme, Zealand.
What's this all about? I believe the time has come to discuss reopening the mines.
Eland, with all due respect, I believe we should be focusing on the museum. We don't have the workforce to reopen the mines in a commercial capacity, whereas the museum is drawing interest from as far as the capital already. I believe it is the surest way of raising Mistria's renown, which should be our top priority. So they're at odds which way to raise it and what to do. We are in agreement and the museum should be our focus. However, with the arrival of Mono, I believe we now have the perfect person to begin exploring the mines. Shipments of ore would be invaluable to the town, and there are surely incredible artifacts just waiting to be discovered in the depths. The more dangerous the adventure, the better. Ah, they sure were. No rewards without risk, eh? They're gonna murder me. Well, I appreciate the enthusiasm. I simply can't approve of the reopening at this time. Structural damage, of course. Seam slippage, and the elevator has stopped working. And I've been hearing strange sounds from below. What if there's people trapped out there? Surely you're not keeping the mines shut over some eerie noises. I would be happy to reconvene on the matter when Mistria's town rank has reached at least Stone Star rank, if that would satisfy you two. I can see there's no budging you. Well, at least we have a goal in sight. Turning in items for the museum sets completing requests and shipping items are always the way you can help to raise Mistria's renown. Let's get to it. The mines will be reopened in no time. Ta-da! Okay. With that in mind, I'm gonna see if I have anything on me I could donate. Donate. I do. And so I probably should start bringing more stuff to donate. I'm guessing this way was where the mines are. Well, no, that's probably the mine.
So what was this way? I must know.
There's a flower I can't get to. Or can I walk up this? I can. I have been over here. Once. Oh, this was the archaeology area. I wonder if any of these other flowers need to go in there while I'm here that I just picked. Probably. They do. 80%. What kind of flower is that? So whatever that thing is what I need. It doesn't show you what they are though. Oh, there's definitely not the red thing I'm holding. So everyone likes beer, right? So eventually, when I get enough funds, I'll just buy that and give it to people. Make my life easier. I feel like we do have enough berries now that I could totally part with some of my berries. I do not think it would hurt me. Actually, the board's down here, right? No, there must be one more up. There's not gonna be a thing that comes up and says I need 500 berries, is there? Ooh, what is that? Chickpeas. Request for rock
Something bugging me. Stinking stamina potion. She needs a lilac. Or net. Meet Luca in the inn. Reward or net. Oh, we get a net. 1 stone. Mind crate chair. So we're gonna give that person a stone. Is there a stone laying around? Yeah. Wait. But can I have a bug net? Maybe. Gotta catch them all. I love that. I'm gonna catch all the Pokemons. Look at that thorn. Please don't bring them here. I can't bring all the bugs to the inn. Why not? A wild Drifloon! One of my faves. Pokecatch. Cook them for dinner? Oh no. And then who else did I have to talk to? Your quest for a walk. This is where you're like, who is that, you know? Like you're talking about, like, it'd be nice if it had the names, not just the pictures. You think you know what game you're getting next? What is that? Oh. Okay. It has the names, but yeah, it's still hard to tell. It has the names? Quest details. Can someone bring me a rock collection? Oh, if I expand it, maybe it would give you a nice chair. Objective: bring a piece of stone. Oh, okay. Or like, or Ulrich. I think that's how you name it. Ulrich. He's the old man though, right? That picture doesn't match, right? See, I deposit box next to the bridge, then oh, I gotta go talk to her. I can't just throw them in the box and run away. Watching you play makes me want to play too. Do it. It's really good. Okay. The Buffy. The buff blacksmith. Alright. Let's see.
Is anybody actually over here to talk to?
Yeah, buff guy.
Oh, oh, oh. She needs a stone. Thanks. Did that do it? Was she the one that needed the stone? Oh, it wasn't. She needs the oh my god, I gave her a rock. She wanted lavender. Just ignore me. Or lilac, or whatever it was. I don't have lilac on me. So I had to get another rock. Oh, I have no room in my inventory now. Shame. What is this thing? Unlock cosmetic? Huh. What are these things? Are these things I put on my body? Adventurer's hood. How do I do that? You can make multiple character versions of yourself? Oh, I gotta hold it down. There we go. Oh, you get to pick a color! Hmm. Do I want green or purple? Okay. And then... oh, I guess you can change it to whatever color you want it to be. Oh, dang, look at all the hats and accessories now. That's so cute. You get all kinds of goodies. You can have a helmet, ribbons. She can have little ribbons in her hair. It's so cute. And then a little bow. Maybe make it green. Matches her eyes. Now then she looks like Christmas. What is this? Goggles? Headband? New cosmetic. Once you hold it an E. No, no, no. That's the colors you will get. These are cool. There's Rain's hat. Let's see. She could have a little beret. I don't know what to put on her head. I don't know. Maybe just this thing that I started with. But maybe in purple or something. I don't know. I don't know what to put on her. I do. There's so many choices. I love that you get so many different color options and things. Okay, and then this was a long sleeve adventures jacket thingamajig. Okay, so I don't care about that. We're gonna leave her little dress on. I'm back. Internet dropped out. No! I'm glad you're back. We were looking at all the little hats we just unlocked. You get all these options just from one unlock. That's so cool. Or maybe I always had options. I don't know. Is that earrings? Blush? Oh, that's blush. She can have cute little blushy cheeks. Oh my god, that's too bright. How about no? And then back accessories. So you can have a backpack on, you can have glasses, you can have a beard. I wish Stardew showed villagers on the map. Saves me running around looking for them. Yeah, I know some of the mods do. I do, I played like so many years of vanilla that I have some vanilla files and then some modded files too. So I like playing both. Oh wow, this is like one of those, is there a secret passage through here somewhere? But if not, I might get stuck. I'm not gonna find out if I'm gonna get stuck. We already broke the game once. I definitely have enough berries to share with people now. Oh, I forgot I can catch bugs. Can I catch birds? There's a pink bug. Catch it. Yeah! Caught a bug! A petal hopper. We caught the petal hopper. Okay, it's 8 p.m. We need to get down to business. We got totally distracted. I don't even remember who all we need to talk to. We need to talk to people. A strange thing I noticed, I have a good gameplay. Whenever I make my avatar wear green. Oh, that's cool. So you could be like Link. No, Jamie! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much, Jamie! Thank you! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the 30 months. It's so good to see your face. It's so good to see you, Jamie. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing awesome. I know you stream like earlier in the days now, so I think by the time I get home usually, I think you're offline. I see it pop up and I'm like, oh, Jamie's live. I hope streams are going great for you. Can I get a shout out for Jamie, guys? And also, I'm gonna do some hype here. We need some hype. Thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Life is crazy. Mess, but we keep chugging along. Yes, definitely. Keep doing it. Shout outs. Jamie, thank you. Thank you, Momo. You're beautiful. Let's see. I think everybody's like super busy. There we go. You got double, triple, all the bots, all the notifications. You guys, if you have not checked out Jamie's stream before, please do. Click on her name or her link and go give her a follow. She's amazing. She's wonderful. She's the sweetest ever. Every time I see that painting behind you, I remember just being so blown away by how artistic you are. Bots do love streamers for sure. This is true. Very true. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Have you played this game yet? It's like Stardew. That's so cute. I'm loving it. It's adorable. Okay, so it's late, and I want to see where people are. Oh, they're all at the thing. That works for me, because if everybody's in here that I need to talk to... Like, who do I gotta give what? Oh, I gotta talk to her.
Hey there, Bono. What's up?
I've gathered what we need to repair the bridge.
That's great news. Come on, let's go tell everyone.
What's the twist on this one? The characters are beautiful. It's kind of like Sailor Moon meets Stardew, but it's like you can use magic later. I haven't even unlocked that yet. You can like grow your crops and there's like different animal variations and I don't know. It's just I don't know what it is yet. Bio, what would you say? You've played like 30 something hours right now and I'm just getting started. This is my first day playing it, so you have a little while to go before magic. What would you say, Rain? Definitely Stardew meets Sailor Moon. What do you like about it? Like the most things that you like the most? Like that's different, I guess. Just let us know how we can help. I need to give you a rock, dude. Or somebody a dude. A rock. I love that I can use magic as another way. I like when I unlocked the hat a minute ago, I unlocked a bunch of different options, like color variations, everything. You can do much more with like your character design. Like straight off the bat.
Great job, everyone. I'll let the Saturday market merchant know that the bridge is repaired.
Cheers to that. True, you can also buy more hairstyles and stuff later. Yeah, it's like you can just like, you can change a lot of stuff that you normally can't change. Also have like maybe 1 hour on Stardew, so yeah. But you have like 30 in this. Oh, so we can walk this way real quick. Oh. So they'll come from there. We can't go that way, but they can. It's getting later. I'm gonna go back to town. Who all did I need to talk to? And where are they? Oh, I don't have the lilac on me. And the museum. I could go donate the bug. I get distracted so easy. Don't remember what I'm doing last. I like Stardew. Buy with magic, but description reminds me of Sunhaven. Donate. I get to donate a bug. Donate. My first bug. This is like the community center, but it's like it's a museum too. It kind of serves both purposes, I think. Scraggy has been caught by Jamie. You leveled up. Let's go. Alright, it's late. We're gonna head back. I know I did not talk to everybody I wanted to. But we'll go get the lilac, and then we'll figure out who I was supposed to give the rock to. I know it's late. I had to grab the berries. Oh, wait. There's the lilac. Is that it? Or is that just those regular grass pieces? I think that's just regular grass. I get the two confused. But this is my little cute farm.
This is where I live.
I'm gonna keep all the things in here. And I donated that. I wonder if it's the wild. No, it wasn't the wild berries. It was some kind of flower we hadn't donated yet. I wonder if there's a way to tell. Oh, you can tell. Okay, I see the little... Okay, I can't point to it, but like up at the top next to the coin amount, you'll see the little house looking thing that with a white box. That means it hasn't been donated yet. Cause like if it's been donated, that same little box is checked off next to the coins. That tells me I can donate it. So if I roll over and it has a white box, then I need to make sure I go donate it. Okay, so I need to donate those guys. And we don't need to donate wood. Or a pine cone. I do need to take one of these with for that quest. Okay, so we're good. And then I'll need my watering pail in the morning. And then we can sleep. We can sleep. I'll sleep early. I should go collect wood. Use my energy up. Ugh. It's not 1:30 yet. Close. Oh, I don't have my axe on me. Forget it. We're going to bed. I didn't have my axe on me. If I had my axe, I was going to cut down at least one tree and use some energy. Very cute. I love the softer style of the game. Yes, me too. It's very adorable. So I didn't sell anything. As I intended. I was gonna sell some berries and I didn't. I just keep engaging my max hoarding ability here. And hoarding everything. I needed some water. It was time. Town rink. Got a reward. Level 6. Got some pants. So close. We made it through our first week, I think. Alright. I heard a chicken. Oh, it's raining. I don't need my pail. If it's raining. Put that back. Oh, and you get a calendar for free? Oh, it was somebody's birthday and I missed it. Oh well. Is that thunder and lightning? Oh, there's another one of the same bugs I already had. Okay, now we're gonna look and see who I need to turn in stuff to. Okay, so she needs the lilac. And he needs that. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Let's see. Welcome, welcome, welcome! UK, welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone, welcome to the stream. I am new to this game. I'm checking it out. I'm loving it. I hope you guys are loving it. How far have you got in the game? But yes, welcome everyone. I'm a variety streamer. I play chill games like this and Stardew Valley, and then I do community games on Friday night. And I also do paintings and artwork, which some of the stuff you see behind me.
and I absolutely love Pokemon, as you can tell. But welcome everyone, and thank you guys for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, UK. I am also new to the game. Are you loving it? Isn't it absolutely adorable? I'm totally loving it. It's so cute. A cucumber cat, yes. Watch out for the cucumber. I haven't gotten very far. Yeah, I'm on day 7. Day 7 of... It's my first week, I guess. So I'm right there. Thank you so much for that follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, welcome everyone. More than welcome to hang out and chill and check it out. And I'm just trying to keep track of where everything is still, because I'm like, I know Stardew so well, the locations and everything. Now I'm just like, okay. Bring this person this, and I gotta find them, and I don't remember where anything is. I know I have a map, which is great, but I still get lost. Okay, so I need to go way up and talk to her and give her the lilac thingy. Same, I got stuck a lot. I cannot follow a map. Oh, I tell everybody I'm directionally challenged. Are you directionally challenged too? I'm directionally challenged. I'm like, I don't know where I'm at. We're just like... I'm so glad there's a map and you can see the characters, because I have to look 500 times, but even then I can't recognize half the characters, so I'm like trying my best here. Land Navis Duff, yes. I'm more than directionally challenged. It's okay, you're allowed to be. You're allowed to be. Okay, so this is not where this is the doctor's office. This is not where I need to be. Where is she at? Yeah, I heard you, Momo. I heard you. Are you trying to make me jump? Trying to make me jump. Oh, there she is. I have this for you. You needed it. Take it. We're impressed. Oh. Oh, what is she gonna do with it? All the kids are here. What are you, little gremlins? She called them gremlins. I love it. We're following that smell. That super gross smell. If I knew baths could make you smell like this, I would try to avoid them. It's like stink armor. Thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Jennifer is the queen. We know who your crush is. We know who your crush is. I'm gonna have a great stream. I'm going to be lurking. Thank you so much. Thank you for that raid. Thank you for bringing your family over here. And thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope you have an amazing evening. Thank you. Alright, let's... Yeah, it's supposed to be like bathhouse or something. What's in the cauldron? What's in the cauldron isn't for baths. It's for a health tonic. With one sip, you'll be instantly refreshed. No one is going to drink that if it tastes as mad as it smells. But I have yet to add the final ingredient. Mono, if you would. I guess it's gonna make you smell good. There we are. That unfortunate smell has cleared right up. Don't you agree, Mono? It smells like an old wet sock. Smells like fresh fertilizer. Have any positive comments to make? I have to say something mean. I'm gonna go with the wet sock. And an obvious improvement. Now who to test it on? Oh god. She's gonna test it on us. Fresh fertilizer smells nice. Oh my god, no it does not. Ooh, me. She's volunteering to be the guinea pig. Interesting. She has a stick in her front pocket. Interesting. I wonder if it's a wand. I wonder if that's a wand in her front pocket.
While I admire your enthusiasm, Dell, I think we should reward the intrepid adventurer who retrieved the final ingredient. Aww.
My health. Oh my god, she's trying to kill me. Cool.
Very interesting. The lilac appears to have inverted the potion.
Intended effect. Inverted it? No kidding. It's like a murder potion, not a refreshing potion.
Mono doesn't look so good. We should get Dr. Valen. There's no need to get that woman involved. Here now, Mono. Why don't you toddle off to the bath? It's on me.
Okay, so I guess we're making our way to the bathhouse. Aww. Okay, there's a dragon in there. That's cool.
See, kids, ride as in rain. And to make sure there's no lingering effects, your next 5 bathhouse visits are free, Mono.
Yeah, because you don't want me to sue you. You tried to murder me.
Who would ever want to take that many baths? Yuck!
She could use her potion on me anytime. Ooh, ooh. Bio. Alright, catch if you're catching Pokemons. Yeah, like, no.
Thank you again for your assistance, Mono. I'll be sure to call on you again in the future. Now why don't you all scoot out of here? I need to do a post-experiment write-up. Are you sure we could help you come up with lots of ways to describe how bad it smells? Hot garbage. Dog burps.
Dog burps, hot garbage. Oh, yeah. We heard all the smells. Okay. Okay, so that works, and we got free stuff, and I think we're supposed to go to the board, and we're also supposed to give this dude a rock. Where is he at? Ulrich, does it say mine crate chair? Collecting them. I don't know where Ulrich is. Is that him right there? That's him right there. Okay, so he's up from where I'm at and to the left. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. No, that's the thingamajig. Maybe I went up too far. Aha, here we go. No one caught the Pokemon. Okay, I have your rock, dude. Thanks, Mono. That was the person I was supposed to give it to, right? Did I give it to the wrong person? No, that is... A thoughtful strike with a pickaxe is a great way to move any furniture you have placed, Mono. Yeah, when they started making that a thing in Stardew, I was like freaking out that I could actually move stuff with a pickaxe now. A stone. I just gave him stone. Oh, I gave it as a gift and not as a quest. I gotta go get another rock. Yeah, you're right, Bio. I totally just did that. I gotta go find a third rock because I keep giving all his rocks away. Just want a rock. Oops. I keep giving his rocks away, and apparently last time I gave it to him as a gift, not as turning it in. Alright, we're gonna try this again. Turn in! Whoa, Mono, this stone is really cool. Not everyone has an eye for it, you know? Here, I found this cool chair in the mines. One time I'd like you to have it in return. Okay. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the chair. It's worth money, though. Oh, that's how you get the copper ones. You can just use 1,000 coins to upgrade. That's nice. So I need to get 1,000 coins to upgrade my axe and my pickaxe probably first. That's great. Oh, and that's where the shovel is when I need to make my area bigger. Why would a blacksmith want a rock? I don't know. He's hoping there's ore in it or something. Former miner. Yeah, this is true. It's for science. I don't know. Okay, can we find bugs in the rain? Here, buggies. We need to go bug catching. There's probably not going to be any when it's raining, is my guess, so. Are you going to tell me there's no bugs in the rain? There's other ways that are better, in my opinion, but yeah, you can just outright buy the base stuff like that. That's cool. But I don't have to, I should wait, right? Maybe he wants you to try out a new way to get iron without getting one. Maybe. And I'm so ready to expand my inventory. Did we even go to the museum? No mine equals no ore. Yeah, this is true. Got to forage for all the things. I definitely don't think there's any bugs right now. What was I doing? I don't remember. I could go to the board and collect my stuff. And see what quests were next. You can go talk to random people. They're not home. Let's see. Oh, I haven't talked to the statue in a long time. Those lumps in the ground at the ruins are those like worms and Stardew? Oh, maybe. Let me go look. Oh, I think I missed it. How is everything, KimonoKat? It's going good. Thank you for asking. Where were the rooms again? This way, I think.
This was a plant that I picked. So that's not a worm. That's a plant. I picked it already, so it's just like... It was a flower, so it's just the leftover part. Yeah, those are leftover flower pieces that I picked. If that's what you're referring to. But I'm doing good, Dictothy! How are you doing? I hope life is treating you awesome. Oh, there's a bug!
Catch it. Catch it!
Yay! We got a snail. I think that reminds me, I was trying to go to the museum and see what else we had, but then I got lost. Doing good, just drawing right now. Nice. What drawing are you working on? Alright, there it is. This way. Let's go see what we have we can donate. Aww. Does it say Anna fan art? Aww. There's one in the art, in the dirt, and two in the grass. I'll have to look again. I might be totally overlooking it. Donate. Ooh. Unlocked a new reward. Did our bug not donate? An uncommon grasshopper found in spring. Why did it not let me donate the bug? I guess it's not one of the ones it's looking for. There's like so many bugs though. You would think that would be one of the ones. But it's not popping up. They don't want it. Does it have museum icon? Oh yeah, that's right. It has to be a box for the museum. Something will come up about the ruins and those lumps sooner or later, I'm sure. Well, at least we were able to donate some things. What is... So is this a hat? Unlock cosmetic. Okay. There you go. Farmer's cap. See, and it gives you all the colors when you unlock it. And now that'd be like one I can go get. Place furniture. Open chest. Milk. We got cow's milk. And now I have room for one more thing in my inventory. If I see something I want to pick up. Oh, we were going to go to the board real quick. Where is the board? There it is. Gotta pick up my rewards. And then... Oh, wrong thing. Open the coins, and then the pants go there. And then we can... Request for fennel. Accept. Oh, we just gave them the only piece of fennel I had. I'm gonna have to go find more. And then the pants, do we... Yeah. Cosmetic. Unlock. So then we get all those colors of pants. And then we'll have to go look for fennel. And I'm guessing this is just always here and I can just buy stuff all the time. So cool. Although I don't know if I'd want to buy things because I like saving my money.
Meanwhile, in Stardew, you have to dye your clothes, right? Who has time to dye their clothes? I don't. Momo knows how much work it is. She dyes outfits black, don't you? The inventory there is random and changes daily. Oh. I feel like, oh, that's not that bridge. This is a different bridge. Oops. Go that way. Oh, that's a different bug. Okay, so now is he one of the bugs that I can use? Nope. Doesn't look like it. But now I don't have room to pick up fennel. Or hay. Da-da-da. So we should go back. What if you could tie-dye and make your own pattern? Oh no, I buy them black. You do? Honestly, if you wanted to dye it black, chuck a black dye bomb in the washing machine. Gotta clean it well after though. Oh, I was talking about Stardew, but yeah. Wild Meowstick. Oh, catch Meowstick! Oh, wrong thing. Wrong button. I'm pushing all the wrong buttons here. There we go. Okay. So now I can come in here and put all this stuff in here. Let's see. I don't know what I'm keeping bugs for, but apparently I am. I could probably place that in my house. And then this, if I run over them, will tell me if it's something I need in the museum or not. So those bugs I should just sell. If they're not bugs for the museum, I don't know if you use, maybe use bugs as bait later? I feel like you could use them as bait later, probably. But since I don't have a lot of, toolboxes yet, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna sell some stuff. Oh no! Don't look, Bio! I sold some things. Let's see. Great. Can I put it right there? There we go. Can I sit on it? No. Can I sit in my chair? So I can't sit? I can't sit. That's super sad. So, these are my levels so far. Skill levels. Barely made it through anything. It's already almost midnight here, so I'm gonna have to go. I don't want to. I want to keep playing, but I do have to work early in the morning. The advantage with Stardew, though, is being able to have chests anywhere, right? So you can only have them in certain spots. Uh-oh. Meowstick has been caught by Jammy Webby! Congratulations on catching Meowstick. Alright. We did things and stuff. Let's see what it did. Rank. Okay. More reward. And that's it. Okay, so we made it through a whole week. of the game. And then we're gonna end there. So, let's escape to that, and then I'll close it in a minute. But, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything. You guys are awesome. So, yeah, I wish it wasn't so late. I wish I didn't have to work tomorrow. I would totally just stay up and keep playing for a while. Hope you have a good night. Thank you. I wonder if there's somebody we should raid. Let's see if there's somebody I know that's playing this game. I feel like we have so many people I should raid. Let's see. We should share the love. Let me check real quick. I'll have to go to the search thing. Night night, Mona, in chat. Sweet dreams. Thank you so much, and I'm going to ride this victory through the week. It's okay. Fields of Mistria. Let's go to the actual people playing the game and pick someone to raid real quick. I have no idea who to raid. Let's see. Fields of Mistria, day 9. Somebody's on day 9. Let's see who we're gonna pick. Let's see. Give me just a second, guys. Trying to figure out who I want. Okay, let's check this person out real quick. Okay, we're gonna raid this person. I don't know them, but we're gonna go say hi. This is their URL if you want to jump over there really quickly. And click through to the stream before I hit read. And let's see. And here are the raid commands. Alrighty. So, copy pasta. We want cookies or riot. Hopefully they don't ban us. I had one person like threaten to do that one time. They're like, "What? Being rude." I was like, "No, no, no." we're just here for fun. It's all good. But thank you guys. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for hanging out. I hope your week goes amazing and wonderful, and I will catch you guys next time. Bye everyone. Good night. All the loves.